still hasn't worked. I've modified all the settings. I've tweaked it. I've done all I can. It's running the script, obviously, because it's switched over to me automatically, but it still hasn't shrunk this stupid box down. But if I go and run it manually, it works. I have no idea. Okay, where are we? Back into scene switcher. Go into there, run macro, and off it goes. Works fine the rest of the time, just not this one. And of course it hasn't turned on the background music. I wish I knew why this was not doing what it should do. It's so frustrating. Let's get the right window up. Where are you? There you are. Now I can turn on background music. Keep it above others. Hello. My usual frustrating start. I don't know why it doesn't work properly, this thing. It should work perfectly, but it doesn't. Still, the trials and tribulations of a streamer. Right. Yeah, hello. I've not really got anything planned today. Just hello. No Shelby again, so I thought I may as well stream again. I'm sure you're tired of seeing this horrible, ugly face. But, yeah, I mean, the Not Adele is updating. I had to turn it off halfway through updates last night because it was taking too long. So now it's undoing what I did yesterday, which was not much, to be honest. It got to update 10 of 212. But, yeah, it's doing the Vista thing. Oh, you've interrupted me. I'm going to undo everything. Stupid system. So that's just ticking away in the background. I have got Steam loaded here, so we might finish Quake 2 possibly as well. But I have made a tweak to the attacks leaderboard system and the scoring system, so hopefully that'll work now as well. So go ahead and attack each other. But other than that, how you all doing? Hello, Dizziac. I see you lurking there. You got a Super Bowl ad? Whoa, way, good for you. I like a nice superb owl. Those owls are just so superb at this time of year. Of course, it's even been on our telly here. Ugh. So, but I've been watching rugby today, so I'm not really one to talk. That's a bit like American football, but with real men. And the ball in it is purely incidental, just an excuse for laying into each other. Hello, Carrot House. First thing Carrot House does, typical Canadian, first thing he does is attack an American. Hello, Carrot House. Right, so now, hopefully, we'll have some scores. Oh, still hasn't done it. What? Why not? I'm a useless programmer, aren't I? Let's just bring up my database and have a look in here. Nope, nothing has happened. Now, why is this not updating? Let's load Godot. And let's switch over to my streaming computer so you can watch me make a fool of myself in Godot. And eventually it loads. Right. The bit that's not working are these two functions. I mean, the functions are working, but it's just not updating. Update users, set losses equal losses plus 1, where user ID equals user ID. That should be fine. I think that SQL is valid anyway. Let's just try it out in here. Update users, set losses equals losses plus 1 where user ID equals, and I'll use my user ID. That updated. So the SQL is correct. So why hasn't it updated? Unless there was no user ID at the time or something. Oh, there must have been a user ID. Because the moment it gets the avatar, it knows about all of you. So getting the avatar, it sets the user ID within the avatar. So I'm not sure why that's not been running. That should have worked. Where's it gone? I've lost it now. Let me just print some debugging to this. I wonder if that will work. Let's run this separately. Come on, Twitch, hurry up. Oh, hang on. Attempt to call function getLength in base null instance on a null instance. Yeah. That shouldn't happen. Let's try running it again. That might be a race condition. That's working better this time. Right. And now if somebody has a fight, see if it runs this. Let's attack Carrot House. Getting 2 messages, of course, because it's running twice. In fact, I need to stop the background music on this version, because we've got twice the background music, which sounds awful. Attack everyone. Right, attack is happening. Probably happening twice. See what it gives us in debug messages. Oh. What? Attempt to call function query in base null instance. What? What? How can DB be a null instance? DB is... DB is a node object here. That can't be a null instance. What? Something weird going on here. Something very weird going on here. Something broke it. I blame Carrot House. Blame the Canadian. As always, blame Canada. I'm going to terminate the current overlays with extreme prejudice. And run these ones again. And we'll see if it's a problem with just it running twice. So see what happens when you attack now. Hello, Wesley. I didn't see you there, lurking in the corner. Actually, not lurking, attacking people. Oi, Carrot House, wake up. I've attacked you. Come on, defend yourself. Hey, fight's happening. See what happens now. Is it going to work? No. What? A tentacle function query in base null instance on a null instance? This makes no sense. No sense whatsoever. Because obviously %db is working because it's loaded things, so I'm confused. I am very confused. I'm going to close this and reopen it. You have no idea what you're doing, but there is a TT-shaped hole in your sundae. I am attempting to fill it, but I'm not really of the same caliber as TT. Oh no, the error I was getting there was saying that the object called DB was null, it didn't exist, but it's not physically possible that it can't exist because it's not something I create, it's something that's there, so I don't know why. Right. Well, I've restarted Godot, so we'll see what happens now. I can't remember what excuse Shelby gave for not streaming this weekend, but yeah, he did mention something a couple of weeks ago about not streaming this weekend. Family things, I think, possibly. It should be saving the avatars, Mock Helix. Except it doesn't seem to know who you are. I don't know why. It's not creating a database entry for you. That's another thing I need to look at. Something wrong with my logic there, I think. Right, we have a fight occurring. Will it work? Or will it just say this impossible thing is happening. Node not found. %db. Okay, it's saying it can't find the node. That's this node right here, which is set to be... Oh, actually, is this the first time I've ever used this database within the actual avatar? It might be, actually. Oh, yes, because the avatar isn't part of the tree, is it? It's an instantiated sub-object. Right. So, yes, %db may not exist. I'm going to have to do something slightly different here, actually, aren't I? It would have to be done from within avatars. So it's in here. It's going to have to be done within this, aren't I? Rather than here. So let me just grab one of these, delete the other one, and then in here, I'll do 2 of them. I know what I'm doing. So the loser get user ID, did I call it? And in here, victor.get user ID. Honest, I know what I'm doing. Right, now while I'm in here, in get avatar, do I have any information yet about... Nothing in debug logs there for your user ID. Okay, when we get the avatar, we first look to see if it's in the cache, and if so, return the avatar from the cache. If it's not, we create a new avatar, set the name, and select the data from the database for that user ID. If there isn't anything in the database, then insert a new one of name, user ID, and avatar. Otherwise, we update the name with the user ID. Let me add some debug information in here. Get avatar with username and user ID. Right. Raid the office, take the Hydro Thunders, leave the data general. Or raid the office, install Windows on the Stream PC. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. That would be painful for him. You have a theory about why you found so many 3D printers while thrifting. You think they might have all come from Shelby, trying to build them. Right, Now, hopefully attacks will work. Let's have a look, see what I'm getting here. Okay, so Mock Helix should be there with that user ID, but isn't. So we're not creating a new user ID, are we? Possibly Wesley. Come on, Carrot House, fight me. Where's the Canadian when you need him? Ah, there he is. Right, it didn't crash this time. I have 1 win and 1 loss. It works! Except it's not ordering them properly. Or maybe it's ordering them properly and I've got it backwards. Probably the latter, knowing me. Let's stop that. And where's the leaderboard command? Select that. Order by wins. Ah, yes. That needs to be descending. Right. You're definitely behind on chat versus stream. That happens quite often on Twitch. If there's a brief glitch and it has to buffer, it buffers the video but doesn't buffer the chat. So chat and video get completely out of sync. What am I doing? I'm going back to get avatar. So this is not running. User data is the select from the everything from the users where the user ID is that value and convert it into a dictionary. If the user data is empty, there's nothing in that dictionary, select a random avatar, then insert into users, name user ID avatar. There's a comma missing. That'll be why. There's a pesky comma missing. As simple as a missing comma. Okay. Invalid access. Oh, his goals are not working now. This is a definite Twitch problem. A lot of the time it's returning nothing for the get goals request. And I see you there, CobHC, lurking, trying to say hi with broken overlays. So I'm going to redeem those points for you. Right. So if I look at what it's actually outputting here, normally it gets at least the data value, but the data value is empty. Now it's not even getting the data value. let's put this into a loop. For I in, no, var count is 0. While goals is empty, or goals dot data is empty, so while either it's completely empty or there's nothing in the data variable, and count is less than 10, try and get the value. Let's bring that into the while. If count is 10, error getting goals, and return. Right, we'll see if this then just retries up to 10 times to try and get the goal data. Nope. Invalid access to property or key type on a base. Okay. Getting goals attempt. Count. Oh, I know what I didn't do. Count equals count plus 1. You're all talking about strange, weird places I know nothing of. Right. I've got a concurrency problem here, I think. That's my problem. I'm actually getting data for something else here, which means maybe I should be moving this to somewhere else. Let's put the get goals update right up here. That's not going to work. It's badly aligned. It's always good to rubber duck. Even if you're not here, I still rubber duck. Talk to myself. Right, that's gone through there now, but it's still not updated. It should be here. Is that not the right data? I'm not sure. No, that's the channel follows one. It's not actually giving me the data. That's stupid of it. Twitch is being Twitch. But let's have a look now. If I look in here, hey, there's Mock Helix with Avatar of Nico. And DZAC has been added as well. This is good. Things seem to be working a little better now. Right, I'm going to now terminate this and run it again. And we'll see if you still have the same avatar. Looks like you might have. I think that works. Right, I'm going to close this and export project without debug, save, yes to overwrite. And eventually I can then close that and we run that window, isn't it? There. Rerun these. Let me just get this above everything else and down here. Everything logs in. It's like a Windows install. That last 1% takes forever. Did somebody say Windows install? We're configuring updates. Well, hey, we're doing something now on here. Where's my mouse gone? Hang on. I think it's got through its hernia that it was having. Drunken golf spectator. If you want to draw me a set of sprites for a drunken golf spectator avatar, please do. Right, we have some updates installed, I think. Or the updates have uninstalled, I'm not sure which. You don't get to choose which direction you jump, you just jump in the direction you're facing. You can do one of those as well if you like. Right, now we should be able to get to... Let's get the right keyboard, it would help. Legacyupdate.net. Oh, and I've not disconnected the audio from my overlays. I'm getting everything from the music twice if I don't do that. Legacy update now needs reinstalling, I suppose, doesn't it? Right. Let's see what this does now. Are you having fun there, Mock Helix? No, you don't get to colour them these days. I dropped colour support when I changed from having just one avatar to having multiple avatars. There's no contrast either, I'm afraid. All there is avatar. At this point, the leaderboard should be working properly now. Of course, there's no wins and losses on there yet, other than mine and Carrotouse's loss, which puts him off the bottom of the leaderboard, so we don't get to see him on the leaderboard now. Whoa, fights everywhere. It's a massive free-for-all brawl. Hey, 3 of us have a score of 1. Some people wake up and choose violence. It's violence by proxy. There's bound to be some jank in this code. It's written by me. You have to remember, I've only just started learning Godot. Oh. I have 2 wins and 2 losses. DZX had 1 win and 1 loss. We're at it again. turning into a very violent stream, this. I'm going to drop off the bottom of the leaderboard soon if I'm not careful. It's all completely random with a 50-50 chance. So we should all, after a long time, all still be on a score of 0. It's very even. Maybe I should implement some kind of system whereby you can increase your stats, attack and defense and things, using points that you've earned. Gain experience as you fight. Little pile of bodies in the floor, the middle of the floor. Gotta catch them all. Catch the avatars. Catch the cats. And other systems use a system of currency which you earn just idly over time by being here on the stream. So maybe I'll do something similar. If your avatar is visible on the screen, maybe it ticks up your your currency sort of once every 15 seconds or something, just to try and keep things active in chat. That's common with dogs. They're pack animals. They like sleeping on top of each other. It's amazing how they can both be on top of each other both at the same time. They sort of wrap themselves around each other. Bribing you to chat, absolutely. Anything to make sure that chat stays active. Because the idea is if a new person turns up on the stream and sees me talking to myself and chat doing nothing, they think, oh, this is a boring stream, and go away again. But a new person turns up and sees lots and lots of stuff happening on chat. They think, oh, this must be a brilliant stream. I'm going to hang around. In fact, I might even subscribe for real money. So it's all to do with getting me extra money. Nice explosion of emotes there. Maybe I should have it so that you can specify where on the screen you sleep. And specify a number in either pixels across the screen or maybe a percentage across the screen. So you can say, go and sleep here, and then you can all pile together in one big mound. A mound of chat. Well, in French that would be cat, wouldn't it? So maybe I should be making a list of these ideas I won't bore you with implementing them on stream because no doubt I'll get it completely wrong while I do that. So I shall just make a list of these ideas of what we can do with these avatars. So we have such things as timed currency to spend on stats. Sleeping in a specific location. So you can make a mound of dogs. What else? I had another thought. Oh yes. How about if you can't be attacked while you're asleep? So if somebody tries to attack you while you're asleep, it says, no, they're asleep. Don't wake them up. It's the best time to attack. Well, actually, I was doing that earlier on in Pal World. I was executing some wild pals while they were sleeping, so they wouldn't fight back. Purely to collect gunpowder. Maybe add sleep when someone lurks. I don't know whether they're lurking or whether they've just disappeared. If you want them to do other actions, we're going to need more sprites creating. And at the moment I'm just using sprites that were included within the Anico program or Anico NG or something it was, from their source code, which I've coloured in by hand. A bit like painting by numbers. But if anybody wants to create any more sprites for these, please do. There is a repository actually. But I can't remember where it is. Here it is. There is a repository on GitHub where I've got all my sprites. Feel free to create more, and I shall import them into the system if I think they're any good and safe for work. Yes, we need it to be safe for work. You never know who's going to be watching. I'm not sure that YouTube is working properly at the moment, is it? It should be. Dangerous times, don't fly too high. Be sure to keep the ground in sight. Fly forever if you keep it tight. Love the world, but keep the sky on your mind. We don't want advert sounds, thank you. Skip. Oh, it is working. It's just the my control panel shows it not working, but if I actually look on YouTube, YouTube is working. That's good. Of course, there's nobody on there watching. There never is. YouTube's useless for live streaming. We definitely need Big Stretch. I mean, when you wake up, it does do a wake-up animation, but it's more of surprise than stretch, the animation that is available. Things you don't notice. Frame drops and cutouts. Am I not using a cell phone service for internet? No, I'm using fibre optic internet. Proper internet. At a high bit rate. Currently running at 6.2 megabits per second. So it should look reasonably good. Quite a nice change. Well, when you live in an area where you've got fibre optic internet, you may as well use it. If you don't live in an area with fibre optic internet, you use whatever you can, moan about it, and that's about it. What is this fibre optic that you talk about? It's a special drinks dispensing system that keeps you regular. When will we get an 8K stream? That won't be until after we go to 4K, which we're not going to do. There's no point. Who needs an 8K stream? Who needs a 4K stream? I've only got a 1080p camera. Shredded wheat on tap, absolutely. I'll have a bran flake brandy. A brandy flake. 434,342,676k stream after the 8K stream? No. We're going to go straight up to 16 billion, I think. Cognac snacks. Oh, that sounds good. No, I'll just stick to my my plain water. I haven't got anything stronger at the moment. I've run out of all adult beverages, which is probably a good thing. Cognac Cocoa Pops. Cocoa Pops with cognac all over them. Could be absolutely disgusting. That is not vodka, no. If it was, I wouldn't be talking now because I'd have drunk a whole pint of it. I haven't drunk vodka since I was at university, I think. Where I drank far, far too much of it. Are these updates doing anything at the moment? Is that... No, I can't seem to even move the... I think that Vista has done what Vista does best. Drunk coding is fun, yes. Are you familiar with the Balmer curve? Ah, it's catching up. It's just moved. The Balmer curve is something which I have experienced firsthand. You don't know the Balmer curve. Right, let me just get the infographic up. Or the Balmer Peak, it's also known as. And let me just get this image here. And it's... Where is it? Come on, give it to me. What do you mean downloading failed? Oh, I need to mount the drive. For some strange reason, my NFS drives just will not mount at boot on one specific computer, my main workstation. Everything else, it mounts perfectly. But on my main workstation, I have to manually mount it every time. It's annoying. Is this going to work? Come on, find it for me. There it is. What is this? Why is that giving me a tiny, tiny image? Let me try this again. Let's do it that way instead. Image, browse. Balmer Peak, that's better. Right, the Balmer Peak, if it's going to show, there we go. I have experienced this firsthand. It is a safe for work. It's a safe for work stream. I'm talking Linux terms here. It was discovered by Microsoft in the late 1980s. The cause is unknown, but somehow a blood alcohol content between 0.129 and 0.138 confers superhuman programming ability. However, it is a delicate effect requiring careful calibration. You can't just give a team of coders a year's supply of whiskey and tell them to get cracking. Has that ever happened? Remember Windows ME? I knew it. And I have experienced the Balmer Peak. Just the right amount of alcohol and you can code like a dream. Every line you write works perfectly. You don't even have to look at what you're writing. It's just churning out code and it just flows out and it all works perfectly. Every algorithm is perfect. Every if statement is spot on. But one sip more and it just goes to hell. So yes, that's the Balmer Peak. Absolutely. Get just the right amount in there and it just loosens you up enough to let the juices flow. Carrot House, calm down. These updates are being very Windows Vista. The whole thing's grinding to a halt. Well, we're about an hour into the stream and we've achieved nothing. That's the perfect stream. Well, I say we've achieved nothing. We've got fighting working a bit better. And Mock Helix is now in the database. So that's one win, I suppose. I know it's important to have an avatar that stays with you. Right, I don't know how long these updates are going to take to even finish checking, but it could be a while. So while that's happening, and since there's nothing better ready for us to do, how about some Quake 2? Must be at 99%. 99% through checking to see if it needs to do anything, yes. Computer up. Dated. Takes a while for Quake to load. And it always loads on the wrong screen. That's the newest one. There. Ah, yes, we're in this. Let me just turn the light off a minute so that I can see the screen. We were lost in this level which apparently makes no sense and is incredibly confusing. And I can confirm that is certainly the case. I believe we want to get through here. But I've no idea how we do that. And now we're on a lift which just likes to go up and down, up and down, up and down. Calm down, Carrot House. I'm going to see if I can get onto this ledge here. So I want those shells. Oh, what's round here? Have I been this way before or not? Evidently not, because there's a silencer there. Oh, this is all new. How do we get that? There we go. Force field control chamber access. Ah. Ah, that's there. I tried jumping up to grab that earlier and couldn't. Right. So, has that granted me access through this doorway now? Nope. Maybe elsewhere it does. Vista needs more power rerouted from the main deflector dish. So where have I granted myself access to now? There's nothing really here. Bit of adrenaline. According to the walkthrough, this is a level which makes no sense and is very confusing. And it says just do things until you get out of the... until you complete the level. Just do things. So I don't know what things I want to be doing. There's lifts all over the place. Doors all over the place. And it is very confusing. And you just go round and round and round in circles, not knowing where on earth you're going. Ow. Security pass required to deactivate yellow force fields. I've got the security pass. I'm sure I had the security pass. You all saw me pick up the security pass, didn't I? Walmart's terrible at any time. On Super Bowl Sunday. What day is it today? I would imagine it's going to be a nightmare. Answers on a postcard, please. Ow. Ow. Broke both my legs then. Sunday. Are we on a Sunday today? I think we must be. It feels like a Sunday. I don't want to go out of this level yet. I found a secret area and I've pressed a button. Ooh. Don't think that does anything interesting though. If it's a secret area, it can't be critical to the main timeline, so I don't know what I've just done. Well, I've opened the door the other side of this. I can open the door, but I can't get through to it. I am so confused with this level. I need to find a walkthrough again, I think. Let's have a look. Great to walk through. And we are in the Upper Palace, I think. Yes, we are in the Upper Palace. So, the walkthrough. The main issue with this level, however, is that it is confusing. Found the security pass, I'm sure I have. Yeah. Turning off the yellow force fields. To turn off the yellow force fields, you need to get into the force field control chamber, which is accessed from the area below the platform around the communication laser. Okay. I'm confused now. So we need to go back to somewhere near the beginning, apparently. Didn't need those ankles anyway. So back to the beginning is, I think, down here. And through here, perhaps? No, this is just where you get this pass from. Nope. That's just this secret area. There's nothing else here. Confused. Nothing down there. This is the way up. Everything is designed to get you upwards, and it's not good at getting you downwards. Down here there is just a force field. So that's not the way back. Here is where I picked up the security pass from. And that's the hole that goes back down. That's a way to climb up. I could, it's not really worth it, I think. I maybe chopping and changing between all sorts of things. So now, where am I? Now I'm just sort of stood on the top of a ladder. I'm confused, and I don't like being confused. I can't even work out how to get out of this level now. How do I get into here? Enter the level from the lower basement level entrance from the lower palace where there are puddles of shallow water. You enter at the foot of some stairs and immediately encounter guards. Okay. Right. That looked a bit like down here, I think. I'm sure it was here. No, it can't have been. Yeah, it looked like here that was. So it's saying this is where we enter. Enter the level from the lower basement entry. Guards on the landing above the entrance. So this is where we came in. This must be where we came in. But from where? Ah, here. There we go. I need the data CD. Data spinner inserted for reprogramming. I need the data CD. Okay, I'm trying to remember where on earth I am now. Right, oh, I'm back here again. Right, confused now. Finding the data communications laser CD. This is the first thing I need to do. Enter the level from the lower palace via the elevator. You will arrive in a room with 2 doorways opposite you, each guarded by a force field. Okay. Oh, hello. I obviously haven't been this way. It's always a good sign when you find somebody to attack. It means you haven't been here. Ouch. Okay, that hurt. What's that? Oh, things are happening here now. Right, on with the stream. We can install some updates. There's an awful lot of updates to install, and it was going to install them all at once. So I'm going to tell it not to, because I don't want it to take 3 days to install updates. I'm just going to do 5 at a time, I think. And review and install. Because if I try and do them all at once, it just says installing updates 1 of 212. And then 3 hours later it says 2 of 212. And 4 hours after that, 3 of 212. So no. No thank you very much. I'll just do a few of them. Of course, it'll take half an hour to initialize the installation. Good old Windows Vista. So slow at times, these things. I'm not sure how much memory was in this computer. I can't remember. I cannot remember how much was in here. However much it was, I think I could do with more. I've got a feeling actually it might have been installing updates at the same time that it was checking for updates, because it's saying shut down and install updates there now. How much have we got? We've got 2 gigabytes on here. That should be plenty. It's not the fastest of hard drives, of course. High roller, yes. This is a powerhouse, this computer. 2 cores. 2 whole cores and 2 gigabytes. That makes 4 things this computer has got. It's a quad thing. My Vista experience score, 0. Maybe -10. Now boost the front side bus. No, I don't want to melt the chip. I've only got the stock cooler, the really rubbish cooler in here. If I try overclocking it with that cooler, it's just going to burn its way through the motherboard. All Vista experience is negative experience. Nobody has a positive experience with Windows Vista. I'm not sure what it's got actually. I'll have a look when it reboots in a minute. Or an hour. Overclock your hard drive. That's called replacing it with an SSD. It's SATA, so I could quite happily replace it with an SSD. But I'm not going to. Spinning Rust is quaint. And this is a quaint computer. Short stroke. It's not an engine. I think if I were to overclock this chip, I would want one of those 5 kilowatt industrial cooling systems that LTT has got. One of those things that can take it down to -20 degrees in 5 seconds or something stupid. I'll go for mineral oil total immersion, I think. I'll see what's in the BIOS. See what we can get it to do, if anything. Eventually it'll get there when this updates. A happy little overclock. Extended rate direct contact phase change cooling. Bag of ice in the reservoir. Yeah. Well, we're on to the last these 5 updates, so we'll have a look in the BIOS in a moment and see what it can do. Yeah, these Celerons have got a reputation for being very overclockable. So we'll see what we can do. Of course, it won't speed up the hard drive access. It is a bit of a lottery, yes. Installation complete. Restart. Let's see what we can get. See if there is any option. $173 remaining to install. think it's trying to restart. Good idea, Cobb. Let's have some rock music.
Yeah.
And hello. Yes. Ah, it is doing things, yes. Very gentle rock music, this. I don't remember actually ever seeing a Beavis and Butthead movie. Beavis and Butthead Do America. I have heard of it, yes, but I don't remember if I've ever actually seen it. If I have, it'll be in my dim and distant past. Configuring updates, 2 of 3. Chug, chug, nearly there, 97, 100%, and we stick there for the next half hour. Hi, Nasriel. The Windows Vista Updates waiting lobby, yes. Once this update has finished installing, I'm going to go into the BIOS and see what options there are for overclocking. Just to satisfy Desiac, who's desperate for me to overclock this chip. Oh, Wesley Nixon, the Walking Dead is back. Survived Walmart. Did you survive intact, though? Are you still the same person that you were when you went in? You're beyond repair, are you? Right, we're rebooting. We're currently at 2.6 gigahertz. What do we have access to? We have access to not a lot. We've got fine control over the front side bus and the CPU ratio. I'm not sure what it is normally. 200 by 13 normally, is it? So if we take it up to 3 gigahertz, shall we try 231 or I'll go for 230? .266. So saying we should go to 266. It'll be fine. What's the worst that can happen? Where's my fire extinguisher? That'll take us up to 3.458 gigahertz. If not, it'll shut off. I'll just have to reset the BIOS. Save configuration and exit. Yes. I might turn the computer over so that it's not got its side air vents blocked. One moment. Doesn't appear to be doing much. I think you've broken my computer. What have you done to my computer, Dizziak? I'm going to have to find my screwdriver now, aren't I? Now, where is the BIOS reset on this motherboard? I don't know if that was the right jumper or not. We'll see what it does. It was near the battery. There we go.
I love it.
Oh, the previous overclocking has failed. The system will restore its defaults. Right, let's try a different one then, shall we? Let's go for 233, shall we? See what that does. Two or one. I'm not doing it incrementally one at a time. I prefer a divide and conquer method. This one appears to work. 2.6 gigahertz. Should have had the RAM at 800. It may have been the RAM that was causing the problem, possibly. But this is running at 233 now. Just a little bump of overclocking. And stage 3 of the updates. A happy little overclock it is, possibly. Although it was saying 2.6 gigahertz, but that's the normal speed for this. The E3400, it was the E3400, wasn't it? 2.6 gigahertz, 800 megahertz frontside bus. I'm confused now. Let's reboot again and see what is what. It looked like nothing changed. But it might just have been lying to me. It definitely says 2.6 gigahertz here at the in the boot screen, but that might just be reporting what it thinks it's the actual chip is, not what it's running at. Cell menu. Ah, it's here. It's saying it's running at 302. Oof, I'm not touching the timing menu there. That's too confusing. Currently DRAM's running at 777. Let's go for 250. 3250 that should give us. If it boots. CMOS check some bad. Ooh. It did not like that. It turned off overclocking. So we go to 266, you're saying. Okay, now how do we get the DRAM down? Suggestions? Go back. It was the FSB ratio. Ah, there. And we want it on 667, so 1 to 125. So we're running at 266 with 1 to 125. See what that does then, shall we? Ooh, something's going there.
I love it.
That's running at 345. This is a good track, isn't it, Cobb? It's in the BIOS at this setting. We have 3.45 gigahertz. We shall see if it actually goes into Windows, though, or if it just falls flat on its face.
I love it.
Hello, Spies of Mud. You like this track too. I don't blame you. Some good guitar work on here. It's booting. Will it complete? It's not any faster booting. Needs an SSD. Absolutely. We like living on the edge. Yeah, it still only reports 2.6 gigahertz. Well, we'll have to push it further, see what we can get it to do. Shall we pump the FSB up a bit further? Oh, did it? I must have missed that. Let's get that back up. Properties. Oh yeah, 3.46 hiding there. I saw the 2.6 gigahertz there and just stopped reading. Yes, 3.46. I'm so blind I can't see it. Yes. Could do with more memory, I think. That might speed things up a little. I'm not sure I've got any more memory for this, have I? It's DDR2, I think, this one, isn't it? Let's see what we've got. Where are we? Have I got what I want on here or not? Let's try this version. You know, one of my internal IPs on the Retro Computer Network. Whoa, dangerous. .3D Mark? No, I don't think that'll run on here very well. See if this version of CPU-Z will work. Or if I need the Windows 98 version. You're welcome to them. I'm not sure anything's happening at the moment. The hard drive's clattering away. Yeah, this is DDR2 memory in here. It has 2 slots, they're both loaded with 1 gigs. Carrot House is Canadian, he's always violent. And you've seen the South Park movie. Those Canadians, they're just warmongers at heart. Put it all into your geese. I've asked it to load this program, but it doesn't seem to be doing anything much. Maybe I'll just copy it first. Ah, that's better. It's working this time. It didn't like doing it off the network. Either that or I just didn't click fast enough. Probably the latter. My inability to click a mouse. I always agree without reading. If anybody can find a soul, they're welcome to it. Windows requires a digitally signed driver. Try to install an unsigned driver. Good old Windows Vista. There we are, running at 3. Oh, it jumps up to 3, 4, 5, 7. When boosting. Alternating between 6 and 13. With the core voltage changing as it needs to. It's intelligent. I'll have to see if I've got any 2GB DDR2 DIMMs lying around. Let's run a benchmark on the CPU, see what it does. See if it breaks it. Don't know what that means, but it's done it. I'm not sure. This doesn't show us any temperatures, does it? On here. No, it's HW info or whatever I need, isn't it? I'm not sure I've got that here, have I? Downloading now. And there it is. HWI. Portable version. And HWinfo64. Let's see what this gives us, if anything. Allow. Install Microsoft KB 4474419 to fix this. Okay, that'll happen at some point. Windows requires a digitally signed driver. It doesn't look like we can do this until we've installed all the updates. Cannot install the HWinfo driver. We need all the updates installing first before we can even use this. And it's installing updates in the background. This isn't a Dell, this is not a Dell. You can take a Dell with you anytime. I'm not even going to attempt to find it. I'm just going to install all the updates. Just not all together. Not when there's 170 odd of them left to install. Let's see if this system works now that Legacy Update is working. Yeah, it's a pretty decent motherboard in here, actually, this MSI one. I like it, apart from the fact that it's only got 2 DIMM slots. I quite like it. Oh, speaking of which, I'm going to go and grab my box of memory and see if I've got any 2 gig DDR2s. A free SSD is always welcome. We used to use MSI motherboards quite often in our computer shop. They were pretty reasonable motherboards. I've never had a problem with them. Let's see what all this lot is. Anything in here is a DDR2? Probably not. PC3. PC3. PC2, 1 gig. I've already got 1 gig in there. PC3. PC3. That's only a 256 meg DDR. PC3. 1 gig PC2. DDR. A 2 gig DDR 800. Where's that? No, it's a... Oh, there is a 2 there. It's wiped off. There's a 2 gig 800. There's a 2 gig PC2 6400 666. 1 gig PC2. 2 gig PC2 666. We have memory. We have potential memory for giving it an upgrade. Let's see what we can do with it. Of course, we have to wait for the updates to finish installing. YOLO it and shove it in, absolutely. But not until it's turned off. I'm not doing it live, it's not hot swappable memory. That would be quite a feat, wouldn't it? Hot swappable memory. I mean, perfectly possible. They do it in like big servers and multi-computers and mainframes and things. You disable a whole bank of memory and you can just take it out and put it in and turn it back on again. And the wonders of domains and things, you can isolate a whole section of memory and replace it without powering down. Everything's hot swappable if you're fast enough. Get it in between the electrons as they flow. Installing update 1 of 112. Thank you, Vista. Thank you so much, Vista. This could take some time. You're kind of surprised you can... I'm not surprised at all that you can update. Because I'm not using Microsoft to update, because Microsoft don't update. This is all done through legacyupdate.net, which has recreated the whole of the Windows update system for everything from XP upwards. So you can continue to install all the updates that you need for your older operating systems from XP onwards. It's a brilliant system. And if you want anything before XP, there is Windows Update Restored, who are trying to rebuild the older update systems using updates that people find on old computers because the updates just don't exist anymore. So they're gradually rebuilding the whole of the older update systems for things like Windows 98 and ME and that sort of thing. So there are update options available for old operating systems, which is nice. So I always use it. The first thing I do is go to Legacy Update. And then regret it because it's now updating. Yes, that's Windows Update Restored. They've got a whole Discord channel as well, where they're constantly begging for more updates. That's that one there. Windows Update Restored. Your wife's PC is an MSI board. Good. Like most of these manufacturers, I guess they go through waves where they have periods of creating brilliant boards at the top of the ranks and really well designed, really well built. And then they go through periods where they're producing utter rubbish. And then they pick up again and start producing good stuff. And They all seem to sort of go through waves. As new technologies are released and some adopt them quicker and get to grips with them sooner. And yeah, Asus can be a bit strange these days because they do a lot of their own custom motherboards for their own systems. They're not just going to take quite a while, they're going to take the rest of the week. And we're only on Sunday. Yeah, I quite like Gigabyte. I mean, my NAS and my gaming PC / video editing PC are both Gigabyte. The Z77 G3A or something, I think it is. They're the second, third generation Intel ones. And they have been solid as a rock. Never had a single problem with them. Apart from one of them seems to have a few issues with memory, but I think I've since discovered that that's actually down to the type of memory that's in there. It's low voltage memory that's running on, and it's not liking being mixed with others. So since I discovered that, it's quite happily running on 20 gigabytes. ASRock, I've got two ASRock motherboards. The one in the AMD system that we rebuilt the other day, and my test bench board, and they are lovely boards. Actually, they're not fast, they're not fancy, they're brilliant boards, but they both, in fact, every ASRock, there was a third one which I've not got, but all three of them have all suffered from the capacitor plague problem. They have all had to be recapped to work. So although they're not fast, they're not fancy, they're good basic motherboards, but don't expect them to last for a long time. Certainly not the older ones anyway. An older sort of P4 A era one will need recapping now. There is no ASRock board available from sort of early 2000s that will still work out of the box now. And yeah, boring boards is what you want sometimes. You just want a board you can just put in, stick a chip in it, stick some memory in it, and have it work. As you say, it's not fast. It's not cutting edge technology, but it works. It's the Dell of the motherboards. It's not fancy, it's not flash, it's cheap, it's no real bells and whistles, but it works. It's boring. That's why I don't like Dells, they're just so boring. So in 15 years' time, the Sonic the Hedgehog boards will all have died from bad capacitors. Everyone wants this Sonic ASRock board. I don't know why. It's just a box standard motherboard with some stickers on it. Dell pushed other manufacturers to be better and provided competition. Dell pushed other small family-owned businesses out of business. Sonic's another of those games that I never really got into. I mean, probably because it was a console game and I never owned a console when I was younger. We've reached the heady heights of 22 updates. Ooh. It's further than I got the other night. It got as far as 10 before I gave up. The Asus ProArt Z90. Let's have a look at this. LGA 1700. It looks just like any other modern gaming motherboard, covered in heat sinks. Can't see the motherboard for all the stuff covering it up. I like to be able to see my motherboards. Not covered in RGB, which is good. There is never any cause to have RGB on a motherboard, except possibly as a status light. £10 LAN built in. 10 GB LAN is something I would love, but I'm never going to have. Not unless somebody sends me some kit for free. Nah. I'm still living in the era of the gigabit network. The problem with 10 GB LAN, though, is it's still quite power hungry, isn't it? I think it takes quite a bit of cooling. So if you want your board to be reasonably efficient, they won't put 10 GB LAN on it because that'll negate any efficiency. But if you're putting a 13900K in there or something stupid like that, it's not going to be efficient regardless. I did see a 10 gig switch recently online somewhere. I think it might have been a Ubiquiti one or something that was a really low price for what it was. It was only something like 4 ports or something, but still a 10 gig switch for it was next to nothing really. Yes, 500 grams of heat sinks on the board already. That's one of the things I don't like with modern motherboards, is they're just a big heat sink with a few sockets poking through them. You don't get to see any of the nice electronics anymore. Yeah, maybe 5-10 years I might see my first 10 gig. 41 now, yes, we're flying through them. Flying through the updates. 42. It's this overclocking, it's making it go so much faster. 43, just think what it'd be like with 4 gig of RAM. I could replace it with an SD card. Replace the hard drive with an SD card. That would be faster. Yeah, I've pretty much got rid of my Switch entirely now, and replaced it with a quad Ethernet card in my NAS. Massively increased my throughput. Now that every computer has a dedicated gigabit network connection. 50. Ooh, 51. Almost halfway. This is remarkable. And I've not seen a single blue screen yet. What's the latency like on 10 gig for storage? Because I know for enterprise stuff, it's always been fibre channels been the fancy storage system. I've not had a single problem yet with this overclocking, so I may have to push it a bit further. Yeah, no, I know fibre channel is basically SCSI over fibre optics. But then, I mean, you can run SCSI over Ethernet with iSCSI, so... La-di-da, Mr. Fancy Pants Fast Internet Carrot House. You may have 2.5 up and down, but it's still Rogers. Or whatever it's called. And when they have an outage, the entirety of Canada goes black. They're pretty comparable. That's good, yeah. I am thinking about the possibility of going 2.5 gig between my video editing computer and my NAS just to get that bit of extra throughput. I can get some cheap 2.5 gig cards on Amazon for about £15 each. $20 odd each. 5,500 Canadian dollars each. So that might be a possibility at some point in the future. The brand name is 6 or 8 or something random characters in a chain. The typical Chinese random letter name devices. $56 of 112, yep. Oh, over halfway now. Yeah, I'm on a 120 or 118 here. It's enough for now. 8 Royal Crown pence shillings. Haven't used those since 1972, I think it is. Before my time, even. Nick Giga seems to be pretty good as far as reviews go for cheap 10 gigabit Ethernet. They got fans on them. So I don't want ones with fans on because it'll be on all the time. So I want to reduce my fan noise as much as possible. Hence I was thinking 2.5 gig because they're silent. So without fans on, they'll probably die as soon as you try and transfer anything big. They overheat. I would hope that 10 gig cards are starting to get efficient enough now that they don't need active cooling, but maybe I'll give it a couple more years before I try them out. Also, what Linux compatibility is there with them being so new? Gig equipment at Goodwill. Yeah, okay. I can't see that happening for a while. But stranger things have happened. People giving away things that they have no clue what they are. clearing out people's houses or anything like that. Who knows? I've got a 1 gig Cisco right here. It was my main switch, but I've retired it because it's too power hungry and too noisy. There she is. It's a lovely switch, but it's just too power hungry and too noisy. Even modified with a Noctua fan, it's still too noisy. So now I have quad Ethernet card plus a couple of other Ethernet cards on the onboard Ethernet in my NAS for 7 Ethernet ports. I've got an Apple AirPort Extreme with a built-in hub to give me a couple of extras, and a little 5-port under the desk. Oh, plus a 24-port 100 meg hub, which is powering my retro computers, which is going to be replaced soon actually with a gigabit Netgear, which is lower powered and silent. Water cool it, yes. Well, the Cisco could do with it. It gets so hot in there. That would be useful, Carrot House. Thank you very much. We seem to be stuck on 66 now. I can hear it clattering away still, that hard drive. Even with my headphones on, I can hear it clattering away. Not the quietest of hard drives. It really would benefit from an SSD. But I'm not putting an SSD in a computer that I'm never going to use again. No, I haven't. I have managed to find a security pass, but I can't work out where to use it, and I died. $67, yes, the slap worked. Keep the slaps coming. Your car can take PCMCIA cards as storage for music. I'm going to click this, here I come. Is it the 1990s? Yeah, it must be. Most gangster car stereo I've ever heard of, absolutely. It has a nav screen that folds down to reveal a CD drive and a PCMCIA slot. Groovy. Oh, a separate DVD drive. Yeah, we used to have a car with a DVD drive in the boot for the nav data disc. We never updated the data disc, ever. So it was always out of date. But I've got sat-nav in my car now, which has got an SD card. Box standard SD card, but you have to buy the updates from the car manufacturer on SD card, standard SD card, but they charge hundreds and hundreds of pounds for an update on an SD card. You can't download it. You have to buy their SD card, and I think they've got some stupid serial number identification things in the actual SD card, so it won't use any other SD cards except theirs. So, not that anybody uses these built-in ones anymore, because it's just all on your phone. Yeah, there's no point in these built-in sat-navs. Not anymore. I mean, back in the day, my car's 12 years old, so 12 years ago, yeah, fair enough. But certainly now, there's no need for any of these standalone sat-navs and things. It's just load Google Maps on your phone and have done with it, or Waze if you want to be fancy. You use yours all of the time, Carrot House. But you're in Canada. You've only got 3 roads and they're 5,000 miles long. You can use a sat-nav from the early 2000s and it's still up to date. You've got 4, so you've had to update your sat-nav? Or do you just draw the extra line on with a Sharpie? It's gravel still, yes. That's not a road. That's a track. They don't count. A divided highway only counts as 1 road. Carrot House, I'm sorry to break it to you, but a hole in the roof does not mean indoor plumbing. $69, nice. Yes, this is nice. I think I need a nice action. And I'm thinking that it may have to be... I'm thinking if I have a nice action, I think it may have to be the jazz club from Fast Show. If you're not in the UK, you may not know it. And if you're not of a certain age, you may not know it. See if I can find it. We have telly programs in the UK. Absolutely. Right, every cutaway, nice. Here we go. Let's... this is a comedy sketch show from 90s, I think. And they have the jazz club. And the catchphrase is nice. Hang on, you can't see this, can you? What am I doing? 69 is a long one. We're still going at this 69. I wish it would hurry up. I want to try this memory out. I'm itching to try this memory out, but I know if I interrupt it, it'll get stroppy and uninstall all the updates again. And I'll have to start from scratch. Oh, 69's over. We're on to 70. I really wish that charity shops, or Goodwills as you call them in the States, in the UK had decent electrical and electronic items, but 99% of them just will not take any electrical items at all. It's a real pain because we get nothing in our charity shops except clothes, books, and kids' toys. That's about it. Fine if you want some clothes or books or kids' toys, but if you want anything sensible like vintage computers, not a chance. We get nothing like that in the UK at all. Hey, we're steaming ahead now, 73. I bet this is the most riveting stream you've ever seen, isn't it? An Apple III or K Pro would be very nice to find here, yes. The King's doing fine. He was spotted today going to church. The news headlines today, King pictured on his first public appearance outdoors since his diagnosis of cancer. It's just madness, the BBC News coverage of him. They just go absolutely nuts. I'm not sure, actually, Urban Monkey. Let me just check. Where are we? No, he is not Cancer, he is Scorpio. He's a Scorpio with cancer. He was born on the 14th of November, so he falls into Scorpio. They still haven't told us what it's cancer of. But everyone's speculating. It was discovered whilst he was undergoing surgery for an enlarged prostate. So it's cancer, must be cancer of something around that area. And They don't want to tell us what it is, so it's most likely something that would affect his standing on the world stage. So I reckon they've chopped off certain appendages. They don't want to reveal that he's now let's just say the Albert Hall's getting full. Yeah, be prostrate for your prostate exam. Live long and prostate. Or is it live long and prostate? I was chopped off mid chop off. Yes, I was saying, let's just say the Albert Hall might be getting full. No, who knows what it's cancer of? Could be anything. Could be absolutely anything. It's best not to speculate too much. Aha, thank you for subscribing again, Dizziak. Now, nothing seems to have updated or come through in the way of messages for me. Why is that? Because it's got stuck. My overlays have got stuck in a loop. That's not good. I don't know how long it had been stuck like that.
Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays. Way back a year ago.
So unfortunately, it didn't process your message.
I thought I would never be fine. I strive just
Which is annoying.
I'm alright. And for the first time in a long time I'm alright. I've seen a lot of
So I shall see about doing that manually.
some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays. Way back a year.
Right, where are we? I have to enter a database field entry manually. Your user ID is 17.
I ain't going back, I'm not falling. I'll push all my chips and call all in. I'll bet on myself, you keep stalling. I hit
And the message is...
through the downs and lows, and we're all growing life. Still nobody knows, but I'ma choose what's right and take what comes and goes. And ain't no one in life.
and the type is S. This might work.
Been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where
Nope.
way back a year ago.
What's going on with this today? TTS is running. It's just not processing. Have I broken TTSs? It's a message in the queue.
Way back a year ago.
Let me just bring up the code. Another bit of jank Majenko code, this. Where's TTS? TTS. On play timer timeout, process queue. It's almost as if it's just not running the process queue function. My TTS server is running, isn't it? Yes, my TTS server is running. Let me just check it's working here. Should be working. I didn't hear it. That might be my computer's fault.
I am working. I am working.
Okay, that's making noise now. So why has this not processed? I'm going to add a button onto my control panel, I think. Right, where are we? Node. Disconnect. Pressed. Connect. No, I need, what do I need? I need play TTS emit. And create a signal of okay, we're getting there. Then I connect play TTS on no. On here I go controls play TTS and link that to process queue. Right, I'm just going to close the overlays for a minute whilst I export the project again. And I shall have a manual way of kickstarting any TTSs that haven't played. %99 and stuck. And I run again, and hopefully this time except why did that not update that? Something didn't work there. Confused now. What was I doing? Oh yes, back into Godot. And then I shall just run it manually on here and see if it comes up with the right things. Yes, it does. Okay, not sure what's going on with that. It just didn't export. But while we're here, I want to just have a look at process queue. Oh, hang on, have I broken it with my changes here? I may have done. No, where are we? Select all those items from TTS users voice, where TTS user ID is user's ID and user's voice ID is voice ID and TTS processed is null. That should be working. Let me run it and see what I get. I'm getting an empty... dictionary every time. Why? What have I done wrong here? Not a Pentium 4 Dell. I've thrown away so many of those. Okay, so select star from TTS. That looks fine to me. say that you don't have a voice? You don't have a voice. That's why. Right. I'm not giving you a voice. I see the problem. Let's just set all these empty voices to a random number 30. Right, I need to work out now why you're not getting a voice. Actually, you probably didn't get a voice because it had crashed. I don't think I have a voice like that, I'm afraid. You didn't get a voice because it crashed and hadn't actually set a voice when the TTS message arrived. So I think that's okay. But there is one other bug that I will need to fix, which is why it crashed. But for the moment, I just want to export and get this running again. Actually, I wonder if is there a Japanese voice set on here at all? No, there is no Japanese voices by the looks of things in Mimic. Unless that's one, that's just some boxes of Unicode. And it may not work.
Sandy.
Oh.
Hidden 있죠? 여기요.
Not sure what that's saying. It might need actual Japanese characters. So let's use Google Translate. Where's J in this list? I wish I could speak English. Japanese. I wonder if it'll translate this. Nope. That doesn't work. So, no, I don't think... I'm not sure if that is a Japanese voice or not.
With their subscription, DCAC says,
Bleep then ads.
There, that worked. Mr. Pope indeed. What's happening with these updates? I can't see the screen at the moment. 103! Woohoo! We're steaming ahead. We'll be finished before you know it. And then I can try this memory out. a lot of toner cartridges there, is there? Are they hopefully all full? Or are they all remanufactured ones? I don't blame you. 104. Any good typewriters? A 1920s or 1930s Remington? Or just cheap 1970s plastic things? Not even a nice Wheelwriter or Action Writer or anything like that? Anything that could be converted into a daisy wheel printer? You need to go and get that Dell. Go and get the Dell, and then ship it straight to Carrot House. It's about time you did one then, isn't it, Carrot House? We're getting withdrawal symptoms from Dells. Having to sit here looking at not a Dell. Oh yeah, Smith Corona, made in England. Made just up the road from where I used to live, actually. Mm, 109, we're nearly there. Oh, they butchered a cow to make it. Are you sure it's leather and not leatherette? Some plastic with some plastic leather.
I got all this potential that's deep inside of me, but they hate when you're successful cause they try to be. They sit there being judgmental because you're trying things, and they just want you to settle and do the right thing. So get a good job, don't slack off, wake up every morning.
What colour is it?
Don't do anything that I wouldn't do, and when you're making money, make sure you don't spend it too soon. Fuck that, I'll do what I wanna do. I got a different path from everyone, and that includes you. Who are you to tell me how to live life? In these times it feels like nobody's right, yeah. So I'ma figure out what else we succeed, and then invest all of my time into that and proceed. I need whatever the hell could make me happy, and I don't think you have a clue what could that be. They tell me that I'm never gonna make it. They want me to do something that can make sense. They hate when I keep dreaming I'll be famous, but I don't give a fuck, I'ma keep chasing. They tell me that I'm never gonna make it. They want me to do something that can make sense. They hate when I keep dreaming I'll be famous.
Right, that would be...
There's nobody on my level. They think that work is too stressful. I think that work is essential. The grind is all in your mental.
It's only got one button on the space bar. I'm not seeing it here. Is it It's not a classic 12. It might be a classic 12, is it? No. The front lip bit's different. Not a Corona? No, it's not a... No. Or a Corsair. Not sure which model that one is. They made so many different ones though. So many. Ultimate Dell setup, complete with Dell printer and other accessories. $111 of 112. We are nearly done. No, I'm not seeing Smith Corona quite like that one in Google Images. They all look pretty similar, really. They all look pretty rubbish if you ask me. Cheap plastic rubbish. We might finish this before midnight even, this update, if we're lucky. So close. So close. The anticipation is palpable. There's no point in vintage hi-fi amplifiers unless you're really into vintage audio stuff. Just get a couple of cheap Class D amplifiers on eBay for a couple of quid. They're perfectly good. Unless you're an audiophile that needs the vintage audio woo-woo. In which case you deserve all you get. This is a long update, this one. And we've got ad breaks. Hello Garfield, how are you doing today? Come on, 111 of 112. Let's hope that 112 goes fast. This one certainly isn't. "25 seconds of ads left." Right, while we're waiting for this last bit of update, I'm just going to have a quick look at this crash that we suffered from just now. Did you buy the Dell? Did you? Did you succumb to the lure of the Dell? Welcome back those who had adverts. Right, I see why I was getting an error. Why it crashed. I need to do better error handling in here. To match that, and I'm looking for how do I disconnect and reconnect? Right, I need to reconnect the WebSockets client sometimes, I think. Still on 111. God. Where's my status list? TLS. Handshake. Error. Anything else that needs fixing? Yep, disconnected. then run poll. Hopefully that'll fix that problem. Right, how are we looking? Still on 111. What's happening in chat? You don't have any way to get it home. Oh, that's a shame. Do they do home delivery? Do they deliver to Canada? No doubt it's got bad capacitors in it. .111 is taking forever. I'm just going to kill my overlays and re-export one moment. Exporting now. 25, 50, 75, 99, 99, 99. Still exporting at 99. And it's done. Right, I hope that has fixed the problem I had with it crashing. Oh, it wasn't crashing, it was locking up. Ooh, we're on the last one, 112. Ooh, exciting, exciting? Yeah, right. Also betting this update takes another half hour. At least Windows 10 has the option of not updating and shutting down. It's one thing they have finally done right. Might get there soon. It would be nice. Shame it doesn't show a progress of how far through the actual update it is. Linux does have that option. Yes, it's nice to have that option. But then I suppose Linux also has the option of, oops, I updated, now my kernel's not compatible with my kernel modules, and it won't mount my ZFS drives anymore. Or is that just Arch? That might just be Arch. Spring lamb. The first of the year's lambs sent to slaughter. Meh! Meh! Do you feel guilty yet? 'Tis tasty though. I'm surprised you're not eating moose. That's the best way to choose your meat. You know exactly where it's come from. Come on, 112, we're waiting for you. I've got nothing against you eating lobster, so long as you don't boil it alive. That's just cruel. You don't boil lambs alive. Lobster is the snot of the sea. They're insects by another name. Don't eat bottom feeders. That rule is pretty much universal, I think. Not just when it comes to lobsters or any form of seafood. Don't eat bottom feeders. That and don't feed trolls. You can feed bottom feeders to trolls. Still on this last update. Far more work to eat than they're worth for the effort. Yeah, I agree. You want to eat, not fight your food. Are you not Canadian? I thought you went out to wrestle with a bear to eat his cubs. Or is that just a Friday night down at the local bar? That's before you eat. Come on, update. Last one, please. I could really annoy it now by turning it off. And when it next boots up, it'll have to roll back 112 updates. You want to shovel, not fight. Absolutely. Get it down the gullet as fast as you can. Absolutely. As the youngest of 3 siblings, I soon learnt to eat faster than everybody else. If I didn't, my brother stole my food. Now I'm bigger than him and he doesn't dare touch my food. There's an old saying, never come between a fat man and his food. I try and eat slower, but it doesn't work. But I haven't yet reached the stage of plate up, shovel in. Or not often anyway, not in public. I can imagine that. This is going to be the longest update of the lot, isn't it? Even longer than 69 was. Feed it through a blender first and drink it. Roast lamb soup. Still updating Mock Helix, yes. We're on the final update, and we have been for ages. Now I can imagine that Urban Monkey. Especially if you mix your pudding in with it as well. Roast lamb and custard. Sounds like something Doctor Who would eat, actually, isn't it? Fish fingers and custard. God, this is taking forever, this update. If you unplug my machine, if I unplug my machine right now, I cry. If you unplug my machine right now, I punch you. Because the first thing it would do when I turn it back on again is say that updates failed, rolling back to last known good state. And it would remove all 112 updates. Fries in milkshakes. That's actually something I've seen before. I have seen people doing that. And it's not something I've ever really desired. I prefer mayonnaise. But then I'm weird. I get strange looks in this country having chips and mayonnaise. It's a very Northern Europe thing, Belgium especially. But I do get strange looks in the UK having chips and mayonnaise. Oh, your phone died. At least you just got home in time. I don't know why more people don't have mayonnaise with their chips over here. It is delicious. But for most people it's ketchup or nothing. I like ketchup, but I much prefer mayonnaise. Mayo every time for chips, for fries. I'm Belgian. It's a Belgian thing. Fries and mayonnaise. When I say chips, I mean fries. But not like your fries, proper chips. You don't have proper chips over there. See if I can find some proper greasy chips. Oh, these pictures are all too nice. Don't want a nice picture, I want a real picture. That looks gnarly enough. Save image. Where's my image? Oh, that's a bit big. Come on, stop doing that. That's massive. There. That's proper chips. That's proper chips. Not your pansy fries that you have in the States. That's proper chips. No, those are too nice. Too crispy, too dry. Proper chips are dripping with grease. You pick it up by one end and it just flops because it's that squidgy. That's proper chips. Yeah, still a bit. They're too fry-like. They're not proper chips. The texture of them is different. Yours are lighter and fluffier inside yours with a crispier outside. These are just soggy all the way through. You have to come over to England and have some proper chips. A different breed of potato. Possibly. Potato. Potato. Different breed of potato. They're not potatoes, they're potatoes. British chips are the best chips in the world. There are none to equal them. And they're especially good with mayonnaise. Just don't tell other British people. They'll think you're crazy. And we're still on 112. Gravy is good with it, yes. Curry sauce is very good with chips. Chips and curry sauce. Get that in your local chip shop. Oh, to die for. And maybe a jumbo sausage as well. Save image to data chips. Sausage, chips and curry sauce. The meal of kings. And no, I don't mean it'll give you cancer. Oh, that's that horrible putain stuff, isn't it? I thought that was French for prostitute or something. Same could be said about French prostitutes. We're still struggling to get through 112. We might make it this side of midnight. Or we might not. Still, it's been fun, hasn't it? I've only got another 25 minutes left before I need to finish the stream off and go. Hopefully we'll have it by then and I'll be able to try out some of this memory. Still hours to go before midnight, true. I could overrun a bit if needed. I prefer not to, though. Not without adult beverages, and I don't have any of those. I've run out. I need to go shopping. Maybe I'll go down to Aldi in the morning. But the data cap, there's no data cap. Data caps don't exist. They only exist in your mind. Or people with mobile connections. I just hope the power supply doesn't give up the ghost halfway through this update. I have opened the power supply on this computer and checked it out, and it looks perfectly fine. No leaking caps or anything in it. So hopefully it should last the duration of these updates. I've just noticed the display is not quite aligned right. That's better. Fill the screen properly. Oh, and I see Garfield's arrived again. And he's off again now. Bye-bye, Garfield. Welcome back, those who have been suffering from adverts. If you don't like adverts, maybe a subscription might be in order. There is supposed to be a subscription goal showing up there, but Twitch is stupid and doesn't send me the right data half the time. So I need to find a different way of managing that, I think. I should cache it locally, I think. So on the rare occasions that it does send it to me, it'll update the local cache. That's what I'll do. I think I'll store it in my database as a cache. I think I need somebody to slap the side of my computer again to get it to move on. i7 4770s. I shall have a look on eBay. That's my local classified. The i7 4770 is currently £42.99 on eBay. Or is that, or is it the 4770S that you're after? Are you after a single 4770S or plural 4770s? Because they are different things. The 4770S is about £10 cheaper. The K is about £5 more. I thought it was probably plural since it wasn't a capital S. It's shutting down. It's shutting down. It's finished. My God, it's finished. Right. Memory time. I have chosen the pair of 6400s since they're an almost matched pair. Different makes but same sort of technology, and we'll see if it likes it. It's powering up. No, I've only got one. I've got one 800 and two 666s. So it's a pair of 666s in there now. 64 is 800, is it? Okay, they're 800s then. It's currently running at 667 though. What do I want? It's hopefully this is 4 gigabytes. I can try boosting it to 800, see what it does. 'Cause a bit more memory throughput would be nice. And we're configuring updates, yay! Should be a bit quicker though. I could always get a pair of 4 gig DIMMs and go up to 8 gigabytes. It is the 64-bit version of Vista on here after all. %. Joy. %. And yeah, 6400 is 800. I don't know why they can't just call it 800. Ooh, stage 2, 100%. I thought it was the difference between clock frequency and bytes per second, or something like that. Yeah. Or transfers per second and bytes per second or something. Or transactions per second or whatever they measure memory in these days. And we're rebooting. And while we're rebooting, if I catch it in time, which I didn't, I was going to see about increasing the speed. But yeah, the existing memory is 5400. Well, the original memory was 5400. Absolutely. So yes, we shall be trying, once it's booted up, I shall shut it down again and I'll boost the memory speed and see what happens to it. Get it up to 800. Nokia N800. What to do with it? Not a lot you can do with it, really. Drive nails in with it, perhaps? I mean, it won't connect to a modern mobile phone network now, will it? Because they're all turning off their 2G. Has it got Wi-Fi built in? It's got Bluetooth. Oh, you could connect it up to your computer through Bluetooth. Would it share the internet connection through it? Maybe go the other way, but not... If it's got Wi-Fi, you could use it as a very slow, very old web browser. .400 MHz frontside bus. Yeah. That would set fire to it, I think. I would want to water cool it. In fact, I would want to liquid nitrogen cool it, I think. Four gigabytes of RAM at 3.46 gigahertz. Now let's make that RAM gigahertz. Okay, entering setup. One thing I do want to do actually is full screen logo display disabled. I don't like those full screen logos. I like to see what it's doing when it boots up. Right. I'm not sure I can do 800. Can I? 1 to 2, 1 to 1. Oh, 887. 800, there it is. 1 to 1.5. 800 megahertz front side bus DRAM. Okay, fingers crossed. Powering up. Went beep. We are booting. Faster memory. This should speed everything up. I wonder if I can run hardware info now that all the updates have installed. Or this batch of updates anyway. Watch those temperatures soar. Space heater. will this allow it to work now? Wait for the hard drive to calm down a little. That's the wrong one. That's the one I want. Allow. Sensors only. Start. Install this knowledge base update to fix it. KB 4474419. The answer is no. It obviously hasn't installed that update yet. And the amount of work that the hard drive is doing, it's probably installing more updates now. So when I come to shut down, it's going to take forever again. Updates were installed today at 21:37 brackets. Failed. That's ominous. Ooh, a phone with real buttons. There's a novel idea. I've got the is this the current version? I'm not sure. Where are we? Where's hardware info gone? I don't think I've still got it up. HW info. This is the portable version. Version history. Full version history. Let's go for a nice early version. I'm going to pick a version which was (2010), I think. 3, 4. Oh, that's not a clickable link. It's just a blue text. I thought that would be a clickable link to let me download that version. Nope. I'm not sure I can download an earlier version. Old versions archive. And I want 3, 4, 5. I think Windows Portable. I guess slightly newer than that for 64-bit Windows Portable. 412, that sounds like a good number. Except, did that not download? No, it's HW64, that's why. Software applications tools. Yeah, just go away. Just close. Thank you. Okay, applications, tools, HW info 64412. Extract all. Extract. See what this does. Oops. I can't click straight when going via OBS. There's a very slight delay on the mouse. So I move the mouse and I'm never quite sure where it's going to be. Ah, there we go. That works better. That works better. Okay. Where are we? CPU 0. Clock usage. Thermal. No. CPU 0. Currently running at about 40 odd degrees with a maximum of 50. That's not bad. Thermals look very much okay. I'm tempted to increase the speed. I'm sorely tempted to increase the speed. However, first let's run CPU Z. CPU ID. And go to bench. And go stress CPU. And watch those thermals soar. It seems quite happy. That seems very much happy. Make sure it's going on 2 threads. .333 is the next FSB. It's got to be tried, hasn't it? What's the worst that can happen? What's the worst that can happen? Installing updates. Right, cell menu. We're currently at 266. You want to go for 333, do you? All the way to 333. For 4.3 gigahertz. With 800 megahertz RAM. 4.3 gigahertz. Are we really doing this? A 4.3 gigahertz Celeron. We're really doing this. Powering up. It's booting. It's booting. Or thinking about booting. I hear the hard drive. Do we get a display? Come on. Yes! We have a display. 4.3 gigahertz Celeron. Not bad. Clock speed wise, this is my fastest computer. Power wise, it's one of my least powerful. It's one of my slowest, but also my fastest. Just need a hard drive to keep up with it now. Needs a graphics card as well, I think. 4090? Let's watch those thermals. Wow. 38. It's either a very cool chip or it's lying. Now I can't put a 4090 into here. I'd have to move the hard drive elsewhere and take away the hard drive cage, so that's just not going to happen. Might need to upgrade the power supply as well. Okay. We've peaked at 41. Let's stress the CPU. It's not doing anything really, is it? 45 degrees. That's nothing. 46. But looking at the clocks here, it's not going above 2600. Hi, Silgalad. Silgalad. It may not be actually doing the overclocking. Odd. Core speed 2600, this is saying. Okay. Go back into the BIOS. Weird. I definitely set it. Now it's struggling to go to the BIOS. Something weird going on here. And welcome back from adverts. That we're going to have to go back to 3.4. It says it's 333. Yeah, I don't think this is stable here. It's locked up now. No, it's not happy at 333. Not happy at all. Oh, no, it's got in. That just took a while. So, why did it not actually run at that speed, even though it said it was in the boot display? If I take it back down to what were we at before? 266. Spread spectrum. That's a method of reducing EMI and interference. Instead of it being exactly 3.458 gigahertz, the clock frequency switches between multiple frequencies quite rapidly. Only very slight differences, but the overall effect is that there isn't a single dominant frequency anymore that's interfering with things. It's a much more sort of lower powered, smoothed out noise signature that's coming from it. So it's a way of reducing emissions. I could do, yes. I'll boot it up again on 266. And just confirm what it says in CPU, in hardware info. See if it's coming up with the proper speed there with this setting. But it generally wasn't particularly happy at 333 anyway, actually. Even getting into the BIOS was difficult. So I might leave it at 266 anyway. Or I might go somewhere between. Might try 300. If I can get the right divider for the memory. Okay, hardware info 64412. If this crummy mouse would work. That's certainly showing the right speed now. 3.457. Come on, CPID. Load. Waiting on the hard drive, of course. Yes, I know you require a digitally signed driver, but we don't care. Yep, and that's showing it clocking up to the full speed as well. Right, I'm going to try something in between, I think. Take it up a bit at a time now. Hmm, 400 watt, who? I'm waiting. 400. $400, not a chance. I'm going for 300. Not sure I can get an actual 800 on 300. 752 is the closest. Let's try this. 300, 752. 3.9 gigahertz. Not a lot happening yet. No, that doesn't seem happy. Let's hard boot it. See what happens then. See if it will boot from cold. It's booting from cold now. Just didn't want to warm boot. And we've crashed. No, it does not like that frequency. I'll stick to 266. It's happy at 266. Try 333 again. It wasn't happy at 333. Three, just to please you. 800 megahertz RAM. It's rebooting. Going through its hardware reconfiguration phase. And then, like last time, nothing happens. I power it down. I power it up. Press the front button. Give it a cold boot. And it's struggling to live. 333 is not a happy frequency. Fine, 266 it is. It's not bad, really. That's if the chip's still working. I might have fried the chip now. Okay. Advanced. Disable logo. Cell menu. Disable. .266 with 1 to 1.5. Save configuration and exit. I think this is the fastest stable we'll get. Yeah, I'm not that adventurous. I've only got one of these chips. I don't want to blow it up. No, I don't want to activate Windows. That's not going to happen. It's not possible. Okay, 3.457 gigahertz. Megahertz? What is this? Spectrum? Z80? Time for some reggae, is it? Let's skip this song. And chill to some celebratory reggae. So I guess now it's just install more and more updates. until we've run out. Let's choose a nice background. I know it's no bliss, but it's the closest you get in Vista. Not a bad picture, actually, that really, is it? I have to say, I do quite like the aesthetic of Vista. It's something that has grown on me over the years. Such a shame it was an awful operating system. Like a bad rash, yes. Right. Well, I think I'm done for the night now. I've overrun by 23 minutes. That's criminal. Think of the data cap. So I'm going to shut this down. Oh, wrong mouse. Let's get the right mouse. And let it install these extra updates. 88 more updates. You don't want to sit through that lot. So I'm going to shut this down, let it run by itself, and run the outro. Well, that was an interesting evenings playing, installing updates, and just general chit-chat. More updates, yay Windows. But it is remarkable that you can do these updates on these old operating systems thanks to the likes of legacyupdate.net and windowsupdaterestored.com. Brilliant systems. Windows Update is the best advert for Linux, absolutely. So yeah, we have overclocked this Celeron to 3.457 gigahertz. It's upgraded to 4 gigabytes of RAM. Vista is installed and all updating quite happily, and yeah, not a bad little system this. So yes, thank you for joining me on this fun little adventure. If you enjoyed it, you may want to follow the channel to see when I'm to be notified when I'm streaming next, to get the words out, it would help. Which will be tomorrow at 7 PM GMT. That's my regular slot. Next weekend, no doubt Shelby will be back, so I'll be trying to sneak in some extra ones pre-Shelby stream on Friday, for example. I do like to do a little Shelby raid. We all like a little Shelby raid. Yeah, if you really enjoyed it, you may want to subscribe to the channel to help support the channel and get rid of the adverts. And of course, I'm on Discord and on YouTube, and that's about it. Yes, so thank you again for joining me. Enjoy what's left of your weekend, if there is anything left of your weekend. I've got an hour and a half left of my weekend now. And I will see you next time.